Okay, then.
Oh, wrong one. There we go. This is the last time we'll be seeing this screen. So let's get started, shall we? What is going on, world of YouTube? My name is Grandmaster Scott, and welcome to the final stream of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Where we last left off, we did the last investigation. Now we're on to the last trial of Bridge to the Turnabout. Let us put all of these loose ends to rest. February 10th, 9:39 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. I also prepared something special for this stream. Something, like, some could say stupid, I say was worth it. You'll see. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Ah, morning, Pearls. No, my lips are dry. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? Well, she's still dying of hypothermia. Most likely the frostbite has set in by now. And she's also potentially involved in a murder. Again. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still ongoing, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's a defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Ah! Edgeworth? Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Oh no. Tomorrow my country is going to be 23 Celsius. Oh lord, I feel bad for you. Wait, what? He's like, even Phoenix is like, wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Kama, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Gatto? Of course, he's been the prosecutor this whole time. We need him as the final villain. Gatto. Franziska is engaged with some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. I mean, we could just use a bolt cutter for them, but we're not. Can't wait to see what happens next. Said I can't wait to see what happens next. Sniper, that was your chance to shoot Gatto! I have to be on the floor tomorrow before I get a fever. Which spiders are there? Oh no. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly as we receive some good news soon. I mean, she's most likely dead, but, you know. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Gatto intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. So did I! Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. It's like, I suddenly felt a burst of ki going through my body. I think I unlocked the Kaioken. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. Please let it be Kudo. He's old, so it may be worse on him, but I hope I gave it to him. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Tumblr was right! Thanks. Franziska's doing all this for Maya. It is sweet. Like, you could say it's for Maya. I mean, it probably is, because you could also say it's for Pearl as an apology for what he did. For what she did to Maya last year. But both are still nice. I still don't have the answers to most of the riddles plaguing this case. Once again, there's a dead woman. They show this image a lot. The circumstances around the murder of a Miss Elise Donham. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. And today, to end this court case, it is May 22nd, and it's the 22nd stream of Phoenix Wright. It's time for the Nixon voice.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Your Honor, what are you...
Ooh, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted.
Oh, so that's who we gave our fever to.
Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. You really thought you could finish off this trilogy without Nixon? Ha! What a fool you are.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Which also means that this judge is Canadian, but I like to believe that he's so much older than him that he just lost the Canadian accent. Or maybe he was just in the States.
My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
Yeah, you missed my Canadian accent, eh? Is that gonna happen to me? Oh no. No, he'll be fine. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. Yet this is precisely why people feel a need to judge the past. And we in the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgments.
Well said, Mr. Gatto. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway.
I wasn't here for Pearl Cyclops, but wow do I feel bad for her. It is sad! Like, she was just trying to, like, do something nice for her mother, and she thought it was for Maya, without realizing she was just gonna be condemning Maya. It's sad. Sniper, Gatto, that is your 30th cup of coffee today. I know you must be using coffee as fuel, but dang. Oh yeah, we gotta keep track. So far he's had his first cup of coffee today. We gotta keep track of this. Like, we haven't been doing it any other time in Trials and Tribulations, but we will today.
Now then, Mr. Gatto, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of the smug.
So then you mean... forget it? Forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? The cup just slides across the table. He is an iced Americano addict. I can feel it. I don't like that well, I mean, he just drinks the hot coffees during trials, but him just doing iced Americanos on the side, I can see that. We had headcanon, somebody was making the coffee, or was making his own coffee and sliding across the table. I like to believe he just has a barista with him. Like, just like how we have Maya and Pearl with us in court, like, Gatto just has someone just making him coffee. Like, just a barista. He's like, hey, I'm Derek. I used to work at Starbucks, but Gatto pays me more.
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Hello, Iris. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Like, oh wow, you look beautiful. What's your name and what do you do for work? Like, that is not that good of a... Well, I mean, it's not the worst pickup line to use on a woman, but not the best either. Well, who am I kidding? That probably is the best pickup line because it's not, like, self-aggrandizing. Wait up. That was not the right voice. Oh my god, I was almost Roz for a second. Like, my name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. I smoked a pack of Marlboro before I came in today. I'm sorry.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donut?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What?
Oh no. Imagine if the cup falls off the table, the floor is just gonna be ice Americano. It's just like, it's time to take my sip. Oh, frick. Oh no, oh no. I'm sorry everyone, there's now, like, I'm so sorry. It's a good thing there's no carpet in this courtroom.
Order in the court! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yeah, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Or is that just Ice America? Oh, there's the second cup! Ha. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trey? Goddo. So this is the confession they were conferring to. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumbled up and shoved into a pocket. Oh well. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I don't even have a canoe. I'm just drowning. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the Ming family.
I'm sorry, but Ming family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channel and technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Oh no. I know his daily courtroom routine is talk crap and get the coffee and repeat. It's just like badmouth someone, drink a coffee, and just do that same thing just 3 times. More. Like, I like that. Huh? Like, once again, Maya's now accused of murder. You can't go a single game without that. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trites. She's naming Maya? Oh no.
Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer?
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a...
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction.
Really, Phoenix? Like, she's been framed for murder the last 2 games. Why would you not believe it now? I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with a staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. I can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Well, we can't really bring that up now. It's gonna be weird, so we gotta prove other things first.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Kato's gonna complain about his coffee being gone. He's just like, wait, where did my coffee go? Okay, went to the inner temple that night, saw it all happen in the garden. Mystically struck Mystic Maya with her staff. Well, why would her own mother, like, do that? I don't think we just present Elise Dona. If we do, is it just here? You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, Miss Faye.
Yes, it was a truly terrifying scene. Oh, I'm just quaking in my boots. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe his testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down a staff and reached into a rope for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Ha. There's the cup number 3.
You looked like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? Yes, I do. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless... It's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yeah, that's it. It couldn't be...
Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. I think that's still the same cup. Okay, now, let's continue. So we're not counting that as cup 4. That's the same cup. Okay, threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside a rope. That wouldn't be the case because the staff was a sword. And even though we don't know that it's the murder weapon, we can confirm at the very least that, like, why would she use a dagger when her staff was a sword? There we go. I was right to not jump to conclusions. Sister Iris. Holy Guadalajara, I'm coughing a lot. Oh, I am so sorry for you, Nikita. There's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Stoneham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with the staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you would know this, Sister Iris, but... the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Ah!
If Elise Stoneham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
Cup number 4! That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trent. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? The long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. That's not true. That is not true at all. Longswords are not unwieldy. They're actually, so you can actually have a lot of control, especially with half swording and Mordschlag. Like, you can use a longsword effectively, especially in close quarters combat. Like, that was one of the most common weapons to use in, well, not the most common, but you'd see it a lot in any kind of duel. Like, not as much as like a rapier or a short sword or a gladius or a spatha, but you definitely had it. So no, Gato, no. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blades. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will not present evidence to back its arguments.
Mr. Wright?
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony cannot be trusted. Because Miss Elise Stoneham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. To prove that, I will show you Miss Elise Stoneham herself! Cup number 3, I think? No, I'm pretty sure we're on 4. This is the 4th cup. I wonder how Gato can handle 3 cups a day. 3 cups of coffee in one day. I have no idea. This man should be bouncing off the walls after like 4 at most, depending on the kind of coffee. Unless he only drinks decaf. It could be that he only drinks decaf. Miss Elise Stoneham would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Stoneham. Her real name is Misty Fey.
Hey! No. Not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Karayan channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
But if he's just drinking tea in a coffee cup, he's not actually drinking coffee inside. It's just like, oh, this is just chamomile tea. You know, I need to keep my, well, not chamomile tea, because that would make him sleepy. He's like, inside here is Earl Grey. I drink this during court proceedings to ensure that my mind is perfectly alert. Although it does mean I have to pee a lot. This is the diuretic after all. That is why I also have a catheter placed inside my trousers to ensure that it's always connected to a toilet.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Stoneham actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2, that the 2 people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Cup number 5! Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Look at Gura the Gon. Simo the Digger proved that to be true. Except for one little thing, and that is spiral power.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Huh? Okay, Gato has to only drink decaf, otherwise this man, his pants, will never be the same. Oh no. Oh no.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend, and your trousers.
Anyway, After hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to see?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? No, I did not. Huh? Pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. Wait, where... Are you talking about that... Are you talking about that tree? That is not a pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belonged to the victim, correct?
Ha. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of... You said it was your 8th cup of coffee, Gato! First you said it's your 8th, now it's your 13th? Yeah, exactly! Like, Your Honor, we cannot trust this prosecutor. I demand Franziska von Karma come in his place. Or better yet, Miles Edgeworth, he's already here. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept this dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Franziska's busy rescuing Maya. That's why I thought, like Miles Edgeworth is more convenient. I demand his coffee be taken away, please. He's drinking 52,842 cups of decaf. While the caffeine is not rushing through his body, this man absolutely has a hole burned through his underwear and pants.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for immediate testing.
Found behind a tree in the Inner Temple Garden, the blood is now being analyzed.
Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cup number 5. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Alright, Gato, says the man who testified against, or who had Dahlia Hawthorne on the stand. Alright, loser.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, new testimony. The battle begins. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole a weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with us back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Well, there's a problem with that testimony. 20th cup of decaf coming, isn't it? Probably.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Well, I mean, I can already tell you the problem here. Like, the autopsy report. Yeah, her back was to the stone lantern, and then Maya stabbed Elise. Like, her back couldn't be to the lantern, because she was stabbed in the back. We already knew that from the autopsy report. Okay, but I don't know where to present here. Do I present it on that's when Mystic Maya stabbed Elise? I think so. I think I use it here. Objection! Yeah, there we go. Okay, because if we do it on the stone lantern, that would make sense. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? Can't you just accept that I'm being truthful for once? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah! This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah!
What? What is the meaning of this, Iris?
Cup number 6. Ha, it's simple. Wait, did I already say cup 6 or is this cup 7? I think this is cup 6. Ha, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift. Gato, could you please for once in your life just speak normally and not like Shakespeare?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? I mean, that one I actually did understand. Saying that it was dark, so Iris probably just thought it was the back, but she couldn't probably tell. The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach?
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it? Oh wait, no! We can't actually prove that she had the lantern lit at all. Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Are you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Gato, explain yourself, and stop giving everyone coffee facts!
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light.
By the way, did you know? You gonna give us another coffee fact or something? Hazakura Temple has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple trading, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in that garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening. Ha! I made a pun.
This is a courtroom, not a coffee maker machine inside a restaurant.
It's like, Gato, this is not a Starbucks. This is a courtroom.
Cup number 7! Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. It's like, aside of that one sexist moment, Gato, you are way too smooth, and I like doing his voice. Isn't that right, Trace? No! Like, no! Gato, you smooth operator!
Order! Order! Order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your minds. I just brought a stone lantern with me. It's like, Gato just brings out the stone lantern like, I borrowed this from the crime scene. Just like, look at this stone lantern. I ripped it out with my bare hands. Like, really, Gato? Like, I know, like, in the anime, it's most of the time just, like, a picture, but he really made it sound like he just brought the lantern with him. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern! There's something written on it! Why? It's written in blood!
Oh boy. 47th cup of his decaf coffee with 8 ice cubes and blended pizza. That sounds disgusting! So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood.
It says Maya upside down!
What the?
Oh yeah, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With that blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? He can't see the bloody writing? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So he's... well, not really colorblind. Well, I guess he's like a little colorblind. Does that mean that his visor is basically like a virtual boy? Like he get like everything will almost always look red to him? Does that mean that he doesn't know if Wright is wearing a tie or not because his tie is red? So he just thinks he's not wearing a tie at all? So that's what he meant by that. My mind would imagine the person that wrote the message in blood just danced to write it. Must have been really awkward. I mean, anytime I think of like they wrote something in their own blood before they died, my thought always goes to Danganronpa, the first case in the first game. And it's like, what is this written behind the victim? 11037? Like, it's just that all over again. It's like, so now we know, Maya actually did do it.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Gatto, anything further? Mr. Gatto?
Okay then. Let's move on. Just forget the fact that I'm a little colorblind. Gatto was literally shaking, and somehow, I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. It's like, I'm immune to caffeine.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong! Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? It's coffee colored! Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover-up.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Karayan tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. And then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were stopped by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Scary thing with the very long hair, the previous scenery. that was just Mystic. That was just Elise, or I guess Misty, like just dead. Okay, I called out to Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Karayan tradition. I removed the body from the inner temple myself, dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge, and used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. And used a shoot it all through the way that it looked. Let's just start pressing on things. So you waited until everything was over before making a move.
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? Yes, it is.
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
That is actually interesting. So she never would have known that Maya was the next master. I can't really use the talisman to prove it. I'm gonna keep pressing. What did you do? Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
Snow, huh? Wait, but impossible if it wasn't for the snow. It's pretty amazing you could make it across it, not all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple coins. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. Snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Did I ask for more details? Yes! About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Yeah, again. Well, okay, what evidence are we specifically talking about here? Are we talking about the weather data? The snow stopped at approximately 10:50. So, So, is it the weather data, or are we using the crime photo? Because there's no snow on Elise. Or Misty. It could also be... Oh, no, the crystal's here because it did still have, like, snow on it. So, it probably is the weather data. Your Honor, I'd like this statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha. This should be fun. Cup number 8! Yeah. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, yes, Also, the Eagle River always keeps being brought up. Like, it was brought up during the Terry Falls case. It was brought up here, like, twice. Like, people really should be using that river more. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Okay, what am I specifically supposed to be saying here? Like, there's the weather data that shows when the snow stopped. And then, I think the only thing here to use is the weather report.
Objection!
No. This is definitely what I'm supposed to be working with. Do I use... By the time the murder took place, the snow had stopped. On the outcropping near Dusky Bridge has blood on it. Is it just the crime photo? Or is it also with this because there's also the footprints? Because if the snow had stopped, then these footprints should have been covered up. Is one of the things I'm thinking. It wasn't the weather data. It's like, it's either that or it's the crime photo, because because that actually does help with her, because she said the murder took place elsewhere, meaning that the snow would have stopped here. So, is it the tracks photo?
Objection!
No. I had to do something. Alright. Is it just as simple as, like, it is just the crime photo?
Objection!
No. Okay, it is still this. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. We don't have the snowmobile itself as evidence. Nothing else that says there was snow on it. Like, I don't know why we still have this. This has never been used at all. Look for a temple in the surrounding area. You think the image, that wouldn't be it. I wouldn't expect the photo to work here either, same with the hood. Neither of these had snow. It's not those. I don't think it's a profile either. Doesn't have any power. Missing fade. Yeah. Okay, what am I missing here? Like, very clearly this is something I'm supposed to be presenting on. I don't know what to present. And that's why I have a guide pulled up for when I need to do this. Because I'm not just going to, like, save load and just, like, try everything over and over again. Oh, wait, I am on the wrong thing. Okay, okay, I was kind of right. Again, I won't be doing this once I'm doing the other games. This is just for this game in particular because I already know the story, so I'm not going to risk being spoiled by stuff.
Objection!
Oh, wait, this is the wrong thing, dang it. Okay, well, now I kind of have to do this if I'm gonna risk anything. Oh, I get it. I get why I was supposed to use this here now. She said the snow had stopped, but if that was the case, then there should have been lightning. Meaning that the bridge should have burned down. Okay, I get why I was supposed to put this here now. I am sometimes not the best at these games. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. Okay, I get it now. We were supposed to press on that to be added to the testimony to back up this part of the testimony. Okay. Something to remember for the future games.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire?
You don't mean to say you don't know? You didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of the real defense attorney.
No.
Order! Order! Order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
Cup number 9. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Me? How dare you!
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are 2 facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Stoneham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Tsukini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Stoneham's body. He makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
what are you claiming this time?
It wasn't myself at all. I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Objection!
You have stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this for the courts. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge was already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burned out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
Cup number 10. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! Dang it.
Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you've moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be your final testimony? Gato doesn't know. Moving the body.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
Well, I mean, I crossed the burning bridge.
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. I see.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Dusky Bridge photo, taken the morning after the crime. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Try. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Okay, I think I know where to work on. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have gotten confused. Was it still following or had it stopped? Doesn't matter. Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? I'm going to save the game here. I think I know what to present on, but I just need to be safe because I am down to my last bit of credibility. Because I know the way it could have crossed, and it's a very stupid way. But the reason I'm concerned is there's two ways I can present it. I can either present the photo and click on it and be told to click on the the hanging wire, or I could show Larry's sketch, which showed someone going over the burning bridge. It's one of these two. I'm gonna try just the photo first since it was just presented.
Objection!
Load.
Objection!
Okay, like I said, it was a 50-50. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Cup number 10. Ha, you're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Preposterous! Who was it? Who was this witness?
I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Donham.
Brilliant.
Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the events. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's like, look at this sketch. Like, not even photographed. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
I mean, okay, first of all, this actually is a good drawing. Like, it's not that bad. Like, it's actually really impressive. And second of all, yes, Your Honor, I am using this sketch as my evidence. Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking at like it was drawn by 6-year-olds. Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why do I gotta say that?
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch, drawn by Laurice Donham, is exactly what happened. Like, there are a lot of good parts to this case. Like, you get a lot of character development, you get a lot of tying up loose ends, you get a lot of good plot twists. This is probably the only stupid part of the whole thing. This is exactly what happened, Your Honor. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh!
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be some way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened.
All right, then. The witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. I must have gotten confused. Oh wait, is it now when I show the Dusky Bridge photo? Because if I show this, this proves the sketch.
Objection!
Oh no. Ah, dang it. I have to load back from here and present the sketch again.
Objection!
Hang on. I have to do it this way. I wouldn't rule out the possibility. Like, this was still definitely an important thing to say. Alright. Turn it upside down. Exactly what happened. Alright, continue with the testimony. Then go back to saving. Do I just present the sketch again? Or do I use... Like, do I just present this again?
Objection!
Yes. It all comes back to this.
I can't believe we're looking at this again.
Okay, it was just simply just show the sketch again. I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth.
Very well. All right, then. Let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Oh, wait, I have to do this again? Complete contradiction? Do I use just contradiction here? Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurie Stoneham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly what he saw. Okay, that's what it was. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality?
Ha, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Is it her herself or the bridge? I have like 2 bits to click on here. On her?
Take that!
This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Like, does the crane school exist in this universe?
Mr. Wright, that answer just now, it was lethal.
Oh, dang it.
Mr. Wright, after dragging us all the way to this point, that answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing I'm actually blushing.
Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Anyway, what now? Point to something else. Give me one more chance. The bridge itself?
Take that!
Point to the bridge? I believe it's somewhere around here, maybe. Right here. Did I mess up again? There's a bit of walking contradiction. Dang it. Dang it! Get back in there. We know the rules. Present the sketch. Say it's a complete contradiction. It's exactly what he saw. I have two chances here. Do I show the suspension wire?
Take that!
It's this wire connected to the bridge!
The wire.
Ha. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? Oh, okay, there it was. It is indeed. You show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Now we use the Dusky Bridge photo.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires.
What?
Got it.
What?
Like, more like that.
Order, order, order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed the events. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Ah!
No way. Excuse me. Larice Stoneham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down!
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Stoneham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. This is the stupidest part of the whole case, but I always love it. That's right, just like a pendulum! Ridiculous! I missed my chance to do something.
Order, order, order!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means that it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Objection!
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create the pendulum?
Once again, the photo, the dangling wire.
And the meaning of this is...
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right in the... It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunham's body. Do we get to see the scene now? Evidence in this trilogy. Like, a lot. Between the steel samurai costume, the broken spear, what else was stupid? The metal detector, the bust on a fishing line. Like, there's been a lot of stupid bits of evidence, but this is the only bit of stupid evidence that I'm willing to let slide because it's just hilarious. The body just swings. It just swings with the murder weapon still stabbed in their body, mind you. So just whee. Oh, it's so stupid, and I love it so much. Hang on. Oh. Well, that was the wrong time to use the butt. He's just burned his mouth a bunch. Also, that's what I got ready. I have a sniper gun sound effect that I plan to use when the time is right.
Mr. Gatto! How is he still drinking yet that thing is infinite? It seems that Mr. Gatto was more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
That has to be a new cup, so I'm counting that as cup 11. Possible or impossible? That's not the question you need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over, like a pendulum? The autopsy reports would prove it, because 10 feet, that's about 20 yards. So it'd have to be this. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, was that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Do we see it again? Now let us not yet. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here... That would drop it on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Do you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the opposite bank.
What? What makes you think something like that actually happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests that her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Donham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
Also, I'm just gonna make another save here just in case.
The crystal was found. Ah!
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speeds. Pendulum. Of all the things.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way that the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
What? That's what the chief... Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. I threw an iced Americano at your head.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Gatto?
Cut number 12. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trent. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma. The huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you said, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch us.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Gatto is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm actually going to make a separate save here, because this feels more appropriate. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on Hazakura Temple's site?
I mean, I know the answer, I just wanted to be safe. It could have only been Iris, because she was seen on the other side at Hazakura Temple. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie was on cleanup duty in the United Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Gatto? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burned-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known.
No, I have no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Here's the other, well, not dumb thing about this, but it's the thing that really only makes sense in this universe.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying that this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Trites? You mean this woman's?
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne, the dead woman! I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Ha, it's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. I just happen to have it on my person for no reason.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. You're right about that, Gato. We call him the dead a surprising number of times.
What?
A surprising number of times.
Order, order, order!
Wait a moment. How can ya? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
Objection!
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karayan channeling technique flows within that body.
The Karayan channeling technique.
I'm not gonna lie, the bust on the fishing line was kind of funny because how could someone lift it? Also, I'm not delayed, heard it, but someone's talking to me. That's fine. Okay, the bust was fine because they already established that Acro was a strong person. And honestly, anyone in a wheelchair can attest to that. That having to push the wheel, having to move the wheels along and correct yourself all the time, that will build up some upper body strength. Not to mention, he was an acrobat. So there it makes sense. What doesn't make sense was how the cape attached itself to the bust after it hit Russell Berry. That's the part of it that's stupid. Not the bust on... Well, also the fact that he had a rope strong enough to hold up a bronze bust. Do you know how heavy bronze is? Like, that stuff is not light. That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting this body of a spirit medium! I need to take a screenshot of that real quick because this line is also very, very silly and stupid. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What a line! And also Coffee 12. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened.
Objection!
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan was called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the iris that was at dinner was a real iris.
And the iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real iris. Meaning that the iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trice? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about this. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real iris. What? Cup number 13. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. There it goes again! You see when it lets go of the body. It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the iris that received the body was the real iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that.
Phew. What? Thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault, but I gotta throw you under the bus to prove my case. The person who gave Iris the chance to move freely about was... I'm sorry, Edgeworth, I had to say it.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... No!
How could I have... She fled. She escaped. Sorry, Edgeworth. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet.
Oh, hi, Dahlia.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice!
It's always the same voice, but still. Guess I'll have to ask again. Cup number 14. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Excuse me.
Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired.
Ha. So you're not hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. To be continued right now. Because, obviously, this is the final stream. We're finishing this today. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Hey, it's been 3 hours. So, Maya should be out soon.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I've seen, what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. I know what awaits for us on the other side of this mortal coil, and let me tell you, it ain't pretty. We've all screwed up big time.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The plan.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Before it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway.
Huh.
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Goddard was correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? The plan. The whole plan began with my death. Plan that hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But Maya had to die first. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris. It went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. What do you mean by that? You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fay.
That's absurd! Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. She may be dying of hypothermia and has contracted frostbite on multiple limbs as we speak, but she's not dead yet.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, and what she was after as well. So it is just as simple as just press. So you died! You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
We don't do public hangings. We don't do hangings anymore, public or otherwise. We phased out of that like a while ago. Now it's just you either get the chair or you get the execution. Or, not execution, or you get the electric chair. Although not a lot of places do electric chair anymore. Some do, but mostly we just do it injection. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row when she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
I hear people do firing squads more often than the guillotine. Yeah, I believe that. Some people deserve a firing squad. You know, there are some bad people out there who just deserve a whole room full of like Navy SEALs or Army men just with machine guns, just like lighting them up. You know, a lot of people deserve that. All to make Pearl Fey the master crying?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain the lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
A stupid plan. I think it's just press on everything. You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct? One person with a rocket launcher, yeah, he deserved it. Some people do deserve that also. Some people really deserve certain kinds of certain kinds of executions. You know, Monokuma was kind of right. Like, sometimes you should do a personalized execution for people.
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible. He was a terrible person. Like, I hope he's dead now.
The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was the stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having a bloodline become the main family.
Maya would have to die? But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do ya? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of the daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? Yeah, Morgan's kind of a terrible mother. Like, she was willing to, like first her plan was to, just simply have Maya framed for murder. And then during that instance, she also almost died from a stray gunshot. And then here, she was going to be murdered. In front of her mother, technically. Like, wow. If it was for me to kill Maya, then have the plane come out Iris. You? You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used the body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
My first thought is like, we can't do anything, but they can. Suddenly, death from Soul Eater just shows up. It's like, time to purge your soul, Kishi! Just like punches it out of her. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. We even sound the same. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case would have had none, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway,
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. My own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey? What my goal was? Was it... I know why, but obviously it's because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
She wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Oh, nope, wrong button. So, there is a thing to present here. Like, that piece of evidence. Is it just simply present Mia Fey? Because she's the one who got her convicted before? I'm still scared to, like, present things without, like, having some kind of safety cushion. But is it just as simple as...
Objection!
Yes, okay. I'm a little paranoid. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone.
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
Then how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey.
Excuse me. Just sneezed.
That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? You would kill for that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fay.
As I say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
Like, if we're in the world of Soul Eater, there are things we could do to you. You know, we can't always just take your soul out of your body. There's people who can do stuff like that.
That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned up my hair and put on a Demon Warden hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Azakura Temple.
So it was Elise Donum who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
Be right back, Oh, well, also, Maya is now implied to be stabbed at. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled a name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe it. She was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's when my memory temporarily stops.
It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
We're the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stops you, huh?
I don't know how to remove it.
So you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean by your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin any human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother.
No way! Like, well now.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection!
Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cabin is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed a long-lost sister. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that?
Swing body! Oh no, we're not gonna see the body swim.
That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Outside of, my own body. So what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Well, here's the funeral music.
Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
Like, what kind of ringtone is that? And like, it's actually like a ringtone version of Gatto's theme.
Gatto here.
No, I'm already. Oh, man, I've been doing the smoker voice so much, I'm forgetting the Gatto voice. Like, back it up, Trite. Okay, thanks.
What is it? What was it? Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cabin. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked it in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cabin. No, it can't be. I mean, Phoenix, you're jumping to conclusions. Who else could be channeling Dahlia?
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No! Like, she can't be dead, because who else is channeling her?
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Stoneham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be. Ha. Oh, ha. Cup number 14. Trent, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Gatto?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
Gatto's actually helping us! But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? He is right! If you look at the Hasakura Temple map, from the inner temple side, you can't reach the river. You can only reach Bedrock. Meaning, even if she did jump off the cliff, her body still would have been found on the Bedrock. Even from Heavenly Hall. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trey. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? I like how, like, the whole time, Gato's only ever been an enemy in all of the cases, except for this instance. He's actually helping us deal with Dahlia. Like, he's actually helping us, like, prove that Dahlia's wrong. I like that. Like, it makes sense when you remember who Gato is. So it's like he wouldn't let her win. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Yes. The temple. The map. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. The bedrock. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body from this photo. Ah! So you finally figured it out.
You. No!
Order! Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you were talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is the dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya is in this very courtroom! There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Faye is here.
You say she's here in my courtroom?
She's possessing Dolly's possessing her. Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Wait, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Maya Faye. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already! I can't stand the tension!
Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye! What? Got her! And I actually timed the sniper that time.
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Ha. Well, Gramps, what would happen?
could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you, and there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path to back to Asakura Temple was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
Ah! You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
Don't say that!
We just like shooting her again.
You saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple?
I don't believe you.
Oh, I said that wrong.
The stupid little girl like that who had never been out in the real world. She could never come up with a plan like that. Who could have given us such a brilliant plan or idea?
Well, me, of course. Mia!
Mia Fey?
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So it's true.
So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. Here's something else.
What are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did.
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in the memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that? I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. I mean, it's used by people who master the Karayan channeling technique, so of course.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer fun.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this! You messed up again! You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you!
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-head jerk off on the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What do you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, welcome back, you're at the good part. Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has been burnt to a crisp. Meet Michael, is that you? Apparently someone wanted me to move some spare wheels. Ah, got it. But it's time. Sniper, prepare the exorcism bullet!
You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now! Sniper pulls out the holy water bullet engraved with holy symbols. Got her! And I actually have a sound effect for it. Well, one more time. Got her. And now for a secondary bullet. I'm not ready.
Not ready to go.
The soul incineration bullet. Oh, the Magatama symbol. Did we just incinerate a soul? I think we just incinerated a spirit. Nick? Sis? I love that I now have a sniper, sound effect. I think you fired my Magatama through my gun! It's like, the Magatama bullet! Boom!
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Gatto, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Actually, where her soul was incinerated. Man, apparently it was And apparently it was really effective against spirits. It's like, wow, who knew you could shoot a ghost?
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the younger Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has come to an end, it seems.
Really? Medium Valley, Judge?
It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Oh, don't worry. Her soul's been incinerated. Your Honor, I'm pretty sure she's not even a part of the spiritual plane anymore. I think she's been incinerated. I have to imagine the same thing used to find secrets within people's soul is the same weapon you can use to kill spirits. Just the Magatama. It's like in Demon Slayer. It's like the Nichiren metal can be used to make a sword, but you can also turn it into a gun. So, just like how you can shoot a demon's head off, it's like, here, just like how you can use the Magatama to see a soul, you can also use the same, like, material used in a Magatama, that same kind of jade, into bullets. Which, wasn't that kind of the premise of a Cowboy Bebop episode? Like, a jewel that ended up granting someone eternal life, also, when it was, like, made into a bullet, it actually killed that immortal child. Like, I'm pretty sure that was an episode of Cowboy Bebop. That shit was fantastic. Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? Now it's coming to play? You say Demon Slayer? America breathing 7th form, Gambit's volley! That actually sounds like, I know the joke of like America breathing 1st form. Man, and just like pulling out the gun. It's like, America breathing 6th form, Eagle Rapid. It's just like a bunch of bullets. Actually, I feel like if you wanted to change that to being like a spear, to being like a melee weapon instead, you could also use it with a spear. Because if you like thrust fast enough, it could be like bullet shots. So like your weapon that time is just like a spear, like American breathing, 5th form, United States of piercing. Actually, no, 50 states of piercing.
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. One could say it's like a domain expansion. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Huh. Never thought of it that way. Basically, if anyone's heard of Master Detective Archive Rain Code, it's literally just that. It's that lesson here. Because literally, all the investigations take place in another dimension. Like, it's a weird game. I do recommend it, though. I would say, don't play it on Switch. Play it on either PC or PlayStation, because it doesn't run that well on Switch. It runs a little better on other like stronger consoles. Switch 2 may be a little better, but I haven't tested it. But it's just a good, but it is a decent game. It's not the best when it comes to like mystery games, but honestly, it does a good job. Like, it has some missed opportunities, but it's a decent game. If you're into games like Danganronpa and Phoenix Wright, definitely give it a try. This joke is that you just erase the entire area with gunfire. It's like, oh no, it's like, this is how, like, Gambit's volley is simple. We ensure there's nothing left to chance by removing everything in our vicinity with bullets. Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
No, because we do still have to find out who killed, Elise. We still don't know who killed Misty. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Kato?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what this evil spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I got up with it in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed by the spirit was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least, don't I? No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? Funny part is, imagine America Breathing was in Demon Slayer. Oh boy, you wouldn't even need the main character if they make bombs with the metal. Yeah, real thought. If this is the part of feudal Japan, when Japan was able to figure out guns, then why do the Demon Slayers have to use guns? I have to use swords. Like, if the guns work just as well in decapitation, why don't they all just use guns? Also, does that mean, like, I haven't seen the end of Demon Slayer, so if I'm wrong, don't correct, like, if you're gonna correct me, please keep it vague without spoiling the ending for me. But if demons were to come back in the real world, then does that mean that the Demon Slayer Corps, would they still use swords, or would they have learned from Genya and they just upgrade from guns? Like, imagine that. Like, demons come back again for some reason. Like, that doctor made another concoction for another sick douchebag. And then, like, the Demon Corps come back, but now they're all strapped with AK-47s. It's just like, like, I'm screwed. We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Well, no, Phoenix. Like, obviously it's not. Cut 15. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Because we didn't see, like, a pull-up cut, so this has to be cut 15. We still can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way.
Boss, this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
The one who will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Ha, isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger into this case. Of course I'm talking about Furio Tigre. He's a master of disguise, as you know. So, obviously, he was in disguise. He was the pine tree that the sword was flown into. That's why we didn't see a pine tree in the first place. He just caught the dagger and then scuttled away. He eventually hid, and then wasn't found again until there was a clear line of sight for when he could dash across the bridge and leave.
Someone who saw the murder take place.
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's just been through. Stronger somehow, and guns don't... Alright, I've never seen the end. I was already spoiled of the end, but I don't think they would be using guns if they ever came back. Would be very interesting is if they do, because imagine if they got stronger somehow and guns didn't work. Like somehow the demons have figured out how to like be immune to some, like they got Nezuko's powers, and now like they're not only like immune to the sunlight, but they're immune to Nichirin. Like that'd be terrifying. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stands.
Very well, but first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trent, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always been the same with you. You somehow managed to squeak by even without a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. Got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
That's enough! This court is now in recess.
February 10th, 2:56 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. You said that, you made me think of the German scientists from Joseph's Bizarre Adventure, or I forget, you said immune to the sun. They were torturing the Pillar Men, which is a vampire. Oh, true! Like right when they were experimenting on San Viento's remains. Isn't it weird to think how during the events of parts, during the latter half of 2, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, San Viento was still alive. Cars was still alive also. Those two never died at the end of part 2. Remember that. Cars became immortal and was just drifting throughout space, frozen by its vacuum. And San Viento was just a puddle of flesh that could still regenerate whenever it wanted to, but couldn't because it was under the UV lights. So, those two are still alive. Within the canon of JoJo's, it's still alive. They're still alive. Imagine if all of JoJo's was connected to Demon Slayer. It's Hamon was just the next evolution to sun breathing. They all decided you know what? Sun breathing is the most effective breathing style against the demons since it gives them all PTSD and is the sun itself. So we're just gonna do that and then we're gonna make it more powerful. So we've just invented Hamon. I like that line of thinking. Especially because it connects timeline-wise, because Demon Slayer takes place during feudal Japan, where the most advanced things were trains and a gun. So, and JoJo started during the Victorian England. So, it all makes sense.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong, she never complained about anything. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Well, you probably shouldn't have. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up.
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people?
You must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, she was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who unknowingly hit the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Stone, was it really you?
It was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it?
Whee! Swing the body! And at a certain point, the corpse isn't just like... It's just like stiff in the air. It's just so stupid. Imagine Michael Jackson looking at Muzan, found JoJo in a castle and just walked away. He moonwalked away. It's like, so you're approaching me, JoJo? Why am I not allowing it? He just like literally just moonwalks away. It's like, then his stand, Moonwalker, activates. It makes him completely immortal so long as he's moonwalking. And I'm surprised that there hasn't been a Moonwalker. There hasn't been a stand called Moonwalker yet. Maybe there is in parts 7, 8, and 9, but I haven't read them. And I haven't seen the first episode of Steel Ball Run yet, because I'm catching up on it with my dad first, and then we were going to watch it. And hey, by the time we're fully caught up, episode 2 might be out. You know, eventually.
It was me. I was the one that received the body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much.
The staff that Mystic Lease always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
So it was taken twice. But I guess it was just taken... Oh, wait, no. It was taken at 9:30, she said. So, when it was still snowing. So she did take it early. And then the snow covered the first set of tracks, and then it covered that up again. Okay, so it does make sense. Why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her up in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
Oh. Just so you know, all the stands from Giorno's season are music references, so if you want the moonwalking stand, look for one of the songs. I mean, I didn't know that. It wasn't just Giorno's season. Like, the music thing technically started back in Part 3, Stardust Crusaders, with Vanilla Ice's stand Cream. And then it continued into Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable, when you had stands like Killer Queen, Red Hot Chili Pepper, Worst Company, Boys to Men. That was another one. What was another stand that I could recognize as a song? Not Echo, not Herb, not Highway Star. I don't... Oh, Bites the Dust. So there you go. There's a Michael Jackson song at the very least. So if we don't get Moonwalker, at the very least we get... Wait, no, Moonwalker wasn't a song. Was it? I know it was like a... Hang on. Was it Moonwalker a song? I know it was a game? No. Okay, no. So, there was no Moonwalker song. So, no. The Man in the Mirror. Actually, it was also a stand. That was also the name. That was also a stand in Part 5. in Golden Wind. Can you really just help? Can you just help us, Iris, please? Like, it's your life on the line. Like, why can't our, like, clients just tell us the truth? Oh, well, the actual weapon used to murder the victim. So now we know. Defendant! Yes. The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well, then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Well, she do be blushing. Also, yes, that is the voice I've given for the bailiff. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Hey, Mia. Mia! How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not too worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. Technically, there are two stands out of the same premise for their ability. One that draws people into their world, and one that has an alternate world. One in Stardust Crusader, and one in Giorno Giovanna. And Golden Wind. One that draws people into their world, that's Death 13, you're brought into his dream world, and then one that has the alternate world, that's Man in the Mirror. Like, I know JoJo's, you don't have to question me on, like, JoJo's stands. Like, I remember a lot of the abilities. Like, Death 13 is one of my favorites from Part 3. You don't mean she's learned who Lee Stoneham really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Yes. Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning, which makes sense because the letter was opened beforehand, so at least one other person knew about it. Like, it makes the most sense that Misty knew about it. That's why she brought the sword staff with her. And as for who else, well, and one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much as I can give you. As much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Not the 13, which technically, yes, but that's not what I was saying. Both are mirror related, and that's the man with the... Oh, you're talking about Hanged Man. When you said that draws people into their world, I was thinking someone that brings people into another world. And I was thinking Death 13, because Death 13's power is that if you fall asleep within its range, you were brought into the dream world. And then when you said the alternate world, there I was also thinking Man in the Mirror, because that stand's power is to bring people into a mirror dimension. And in which point they have a lot more control. But I wouldn't count Hanged Man there, because Hanged Man's power is... It exists within mirrors, and anything that it attacks in a reflection is harmed. Like, the real thing is harmed. So if it stabs someone's reflection, that person has been stabbed. Which is also a cool stand. But between Hanged Man and Death 13, I think I'd rather Death 13. It just feels honestly, a little cleaner, but like a little cooler, but also cleaner to pull off. Because you just gotta wait for someone to be asleep, be within range, and then kill them within the Death 13 dream world. Also, that was a satisfying kill when Centerfold died. Like, with it, like,
Polnareff got his revenge alongside Kakyoin, and they just punched and stabbed him into the air, and then he fell on the spiked fence. That was such a satisfying death, especially for that man. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. So I'm not going to have Mia here at all. Yes, but it's also a mirror stand if you think about the context of what makes it one. That's true, but I'm talking about the context you had mentioned before. I mean, you did say same premise for their ability, but I was more reading, like, draw people into a world and an alternate world. So, like, that was more just me not, like, thinking in a different context. February 10th, 3:36 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. The final time we're in a courtroom in this game. It's time to finish this trial. Just me and Gato. No Mia, no anything.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Tests?
Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. That's still not actually there, because that's not a pine tree.
Oh, yeah, that. I totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results?
Was it the victim's blood, or...
Due to the time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Yeah, I just got a certain notification I gotta check real quick. Oh.
Okay. The blood on the that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Oh. Should have worded it differently, yes, but technically in a way I'm not wrong about Hanged Man. His hand has the ability to travel between mirrors or any reflective surface, which is an alternate world. Yes, you are right about that. It was, like, the miscommunication was my part, was more my fault. Like, I didn't read the didn't read the first, I forgot the first half of it, so that was me.
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose blood was it? Found stuck in a pine tree in the Inner Temple Garden, the blood doesn't match the victim's.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. After this, I'm taking her to Arby's. Not Arby's, I'm taking her to Hardee's, which I've heard is the better alternative.
Very well. Let's bring in the last witness.
Why is that anytime I think of doing like a fast food place as a joke, the first place that comes to mind for me is Arby's? Why can't I say like White Castle or like Wendy's? Or Five Guys? Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Stonham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't...
Objection!
Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. Okay. But I will say, Death 13 is quite terrifying because even though the baby is a vampire, that makes it even more terrifying. It could either enter any of your dreams, and whatever happens in your dream will happen. The funny part is, because of it, a lot of deaths could happen, and nobody could ever figure out how. Yeah, and the worst part is, if you even survive, like, if you wake up from the dream without dying, like, you don't remember anything that happened. Like, it erases your memory of the dream ever happening. You know that you had a dream. You just don't remember anything from it. That's the terrifying part. Like, imagine you're an assassin and the stand you have is Death 13. You could just go to any, like, motel where, like, some, like, rich D-bag is, like, having an affair with someone, and if you were asked to kill that guy, you could just walk up to the motel, or even just get a room at the motel, or not even that, like, you have to be within range. There's, like, a lot of things you could still do there. Just be in range, like, drag him into the sleep, and then he just dies in the dream. Like, it's terrifying. And because it's, like, he dies in the dream, like, it could very easily be pinned on whoever the mistress was. And then, like, no one would be the wiser. Like, it's terrifying. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. I've been watching the whole thing, right? You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Or witnesses. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime. Oh, on the night of the crime. What exactly did you see?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. At the Inner Temple. This is also the only time in the trilogy when Maya's ever been put on the witness stand, which I like. This is the only... A lot of other people have. You've had, like, Edgeworth on the stand, you've had Phoenix on the stand, and now you have Maya on the stand. I kind of like that. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Then again, though I do understand your... Not bad again. Though I do understand your point about Death 13 being an alternate dimension. But again, it's not a mirror dimension. It doesn't mirror the real world. Only a twisted variant of the user's world, as they say. Okay, we're still on that. I know that. I'm still just... Like, I was still talking about... Like, Death 13 is a dope stand. I do apologize for misunderstanding what you were saying before. Like, that was my fault, and I do apologize for it. All I saw was the latter half of, like, one with an alternate world that it draws people into. Like, one with the world that it draws people into, and then one that they didn't. And then you said Stardust Crusaders, and then Golden Wind. That's all my brain read. I didn't see the same premise thing. That was my fault. I am sorry.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this stuff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. And I was pointing that out because it's interesting. So the baby sees the world as a circus, which makes sense. They're a baby, and they have the power to just kill anyone in the dream in virtually any way they want, but they choose to do it in, like, a circus because it's a place of play. They have all the power, so they choose to have fun with their kill. It's terrifying. Alright, passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. So it was her with her back at the lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me," and something warm flashed over me. You don't mean, was it... I don't know at the time, but
I think it was probably blood. She's saying that's when Miss Donum, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. I think I need to start just pressing things.
Hold it!
Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. Like, Bikini was the killer? So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. Probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly you were struck over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? I'll kill him! Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. Well, Death 13 can kill people. Is it possible they can revive someone temporarily? That'd be an interesting situation. I mean, possibly? Because, well, probably not. Like, we know that they can at least heal wounds within the dream, because they were able to heal Kakyoin's scar he put on himself, to remind himself he was in the dream world. But I think you'd have to be able to dream still. You could talk with someone in the dream, but it'd be like in Steven Universe, when Steven tried to replay Peridot's memory, it was still cut off by the time she was pooped. So, like, you can't, so, they can't, like, they could arrive temporarily, but it would basically just be a fabrication. Like, Chef Gusteau in Ratatouille. Like, it wasn't the real Gusteau, it was just the figment of Remy's imagination. So, it would be an interesting situation, but not in the case where you could just talk to someone again and get the exact information. That is, it's not the exact same. Not to mention, even if they could revive someone temporarily, only Death 13's user could remember it ever happened. So, it wouldn't be that way. It wouldn't be that the same. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do?
Like, we always press the witness, so we pressing you again, girl.
Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, Oh, yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donum, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I get that, but what I'm saying is, if they can revive the dead body, they can heal, like, they can heal people, and if they die in their world, the idea of their soul still being in the world could happen. Oh! That I could see! Because there have been stands with the ability to trap souls. Like, Osiris, and, not Set, Amit, I believe? Like, yeah. The one that belonged to, like, the two stands that belong to that belonged to the Darby brothers. Like, those two had a stand that could take a soul and trap it somewhere. So if you die within that world, your soul being trapped inside, I could see it. Like, the mangaka Araki will always know the answer, so you could probably just ask him at, like, an interview or a panel. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey, 1 + 1 = 2. you see, for some reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, there have been instances of people having amnesia from intense trauma.
So, what did you do then?
Help me. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind.
But I wonder what she meant by last hope. Always press for more details. Like, we know she screamed, "Help me," so... Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah? But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you do? What do you call that? What do you call it when it happens? I was not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. Got it. The good part is, we've seen some abilities of the stands, but we haven't seen the true power of them. I don't believe the Star Platinum has the ability to stop time. Like, we've talked about this before, yeah. Like, stand is actually the ability to copy stand abilities. So, there's no way you got... Like, we talked on this before. That Star Platinum didn't get the time stop because it could just... Oh, because it was the same type of stand as Dio. We have talked on this before, that Star Platinum has the power to copy stands, it just didn't activate until then. And it actually makes sense when you think about what we've seen out of Star Platinum. It has a precision greater than any like surgeon, which is how it was able to pull the flesh bud out, how it was able to do the binocular thing in certain scenes, how it was able to do the star finger. So if its power was like copying, it makes sense. It could just perceive an ability so often that it could just take the stand. The only reason why it didn't do it before, maybe it's like an intent thing. Like, he didn't want the power to be a boat, or he didn't want the power to control sand, or he didn't want like the power to control other people, or he didn't want spirit photography or fire power or anything like that. He didn't want that power, but he wanted time stop. Like, maybe he thought it would have evened the playing field with Dio, and that's Star Platinum's real power. Just the power to take an ability. But maybe it can only take like one stand ability. And that's why it has the time stop. That's why I was screaming for help. Also, we're trying to finish this case, but also we're just talking about like theories on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. What?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person.
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. But we know for a fact that it was not lit that night.
Objection! Objection!
There we go. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah? That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Stoneham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maybe he could only perceive the idea of time stop, so he gained the ability. So if he perceived the idea of abilities, he could have gotten all of them. That makes sense. Because, like, again, with the, like, super, like, precision, maybe it's also, like, a bit of perception. Like, he perceived, like, his precision allowed him to perceive the idea of time stop and how it worked. So that actually makes sense. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she must be in shock and quite confused. That's why she hadn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. Gatto brought it in here over his shoulder. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! You got it.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Gatto, explain this!
Cup number 16. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Wait, yeah, that's a normal kind of coffee. Mr. Shrike's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor.
Like, are you telling me to spoon Mr. Wright? I'm a spoon? I'm no spooning bard, I'll have you know. Like, I don't play bards, I play barbarian.
You must have noticed it too, Trice. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? Again, Hermit Purple, it's vines. Maybe the idea of it was that it was infectious, so we can infect the land, maybe making it nearby, making it harder for stand users to reach him. But it only... Oh, wait. Oh, no, I did read that. Right. Yeah. So, it only shows us a nerfed version of it. Maybe. If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah! In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No!
Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trey, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Gatto. Maya, did you see who the killer was in the dark? And now you're trying to cover for him. Or you did see who it was, and now you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha. You talk a good game, Trey. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so I woke up the witness. I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please stop! Silver Chariot has the ability to alter anything that it touches, but yet it cannot make wind blaze with the swipe of the rapier. That's not Silver Chariot's power, not even its Requiem ability. Silver Chariot just simply had a sword, but Requiem's ability was the power to swap souls with people. That's what Silver Chariot's thing was.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Hey, of course. It was Larice Donum! Like if something smells, it's usually the butts. Nah. Gatto. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Well, that was easy. That was quick. Was the bailiff just right at the light switch? Let's talk about the rapier. Apparently, it has the ability to alter anything that the blade touches because the fire that was impaled by Abdul. Oh, I thought that was just simply it was such a fine sword. Like, does that make sense? Like, slightly, but that's one of those like abilities that you just never see mentioned again after it's first done. Like the whole Hierophant Green being able to control people it possesses. Like, you never see that again. So it must be one of those elements. Just like Araki thought it was a cool thing to show, and then it happens. But yeah, you're not wrong.
Whoa. But it can't be.
Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. Do you think if this guy ever goes camping and he wants to tell a campfire story, he just extinguishes the campfire first? Or whatever light source they're using, and he just lets the light illuminate his face? Because that'd be cool for telling a scary story. If you have Abdul, he can control fire, but that would also mean heat of an object. So in a way, it's like Todoroki from My Hero Academia at that point. Actually, I wish I had an objection sound effect. I'll have to do that another time. But Todoroki cannot control fire. He can only expel fire from his right side. That's all he can do. He cannot, once the fire has been expelled, he cannot control its trajectory. Unlike he can with ice. With fire, he can just simply shoot the fire out of his hand and foot. But he still has the ability to control how hot and how large the flame is. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Gatto, what is the meaning of this?
Cup number 16.
Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Or was this cup 17? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Honestly, I'm having a hard time keeping track now. I'm so distracted by the voices I've been doing.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What?
Witness, Mr. Wright.
Objection.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
Okay, that has to be... Okay, he's doing way more than 17 cups now. Even if I've lost a count at a certain point, that is way more than 17. If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but was the example of a character that is with fire and ice abilities. That makes sense, but still.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Gatto said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused.
Well, there is one problem with all this. If it was someone else who was cleaning up the scene, then why would he leave Maya written on the stone lantern?
Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Abdul's ability has total control over fire, but if it has total control over fire in a way, it can also control the heat of an object thrown away. It also has the ability to make things ice cold. I actually will back you up on that because in Fire Force, there's a character named Hakim whose power is thermoacoustic cooling. Basically, they can absorb heat using the sound waves of a bell to go into a trumpet where the sound waves in there cool it down to the point of ice. Which is actually a real thing. Thermoacoustic cooling is apparently a real theoretical thing that police officers are trying to do. So that, for one, is interesting. But also, Abdul having the ability to just control all heat to something to instantly cool it down, that actually makes a lot of sense. Especially if it's applied to not just an object, but a person. Like, imagine someone's running a really high fever. Then suddenly, or like heat syncope or heat stroke, he could just like take the heat and like either expunge it from the body or just like put it elsewhere. So that makes sense. Alright. When I came to, I was lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, it had totally changed. Torches were lit and the body was gone. All the snow around the lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Okay, first things first, out of paranoia, I'm gonna save. And second of all, like, the snow around the lantern had been carefully cleaned up, but the blood on the lantern wasn't.
Objection!
Oh, not yet. Dang it. I was right to do this. Load. Okay, maybe press first. And now we have him. He has the ability to control people, the ability to make emerald bullets that can appear in his hands, which he can go through objects, which has never been, a lot of which has never been properly explained, and make paintings that happen. Or when he was in the trees. Yeah, I don't understand Kakyoin's stand. Like, Araki introduced multiple abilities and then never kept them. It was in one episode, and then all Hierophant Green ever did was Emerald Splash. Like, that's it. It's like, he was shown to be able to affect people in paintings, then he was shown as the power to possess people, and then that's it. Then all he did from that point on was Emerald Splash. That's all Hierophant Green ever did. Just Emerald Splash! So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? That looked really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangle shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels in around the inner temple, but they were all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this guy. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it... there was no need to remove that amount.
It's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. That's not what I'm trying to focus on.
Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. Since the person that did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Again, I'm trying to present the fact that there's the bloody writing on the lantern. We have nothing else on it, it's just this. Like, do I present here?
Objection!
No. Okay, maybe I've just gotta start, pressing things. Like here first. The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's only one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
It's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
Then, we heard this already, but I'm gonna press it regardless. Nope, he did the possession of Death 13, and that's all we've seen. He didn't possess Death 13. He strangled Death 13, but he didn't do the same kind of possession that he did with that teacher. He just simply strangled it because of its like slinky-like body. I'm gonna press this first. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple...
It could have only been the killer.
That's what I think, too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. This could totally change. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Oh, I just realized something. First of all, oh, okay, now it's being added. This is what I needed. Okay, I just thought on something. First, obviously, that doesn't make sense because if that was the case, why didn't they erase the blood on this stone lantern? But also, I just realized that explains why Gato never removed the talisman from the crime scene. Because the talisman is predominantly red. And then with the strings being white in the white snow, even with the gold, the little bits of gold on it, he never would have seen the talisman. Because remember, it was this in the lantern that led us to believe, to know that that was the true crime scene. Elite, like an object owned by Elise Donham, and the stone lantern that had the writing in the victim's blood.
Objection!
There we go! As they can go through walls, I do mean it. He has gone through a couple of walls, and apparently he can make emeralds out of his hands and could easily kill someone by putting it close to the person. I actually do remember that. Also, remember how during the Dan of Steel episode, when we learned that the stands could shrink themselves down, and the stand users could still control it in the... So, like, remember that? Remember how we learned that a person could shrink a stand? Like, if that's the case, does that mean that a person could shrink a stand, put it in someone's ear, travel it to the brain, and then kill them? Or at least just rupture the eardrum? It's kind of weird. Like, Stardust Crusaders was a lot like the sequel trilogy of Star Wars. They just introduced a bunch of stuff that could happen, never elaborated on it, and then never brought it up since. The body of Elise Donham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. That's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gatto. It's the message written on the blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah! If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah! You're right! Order! 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 But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow and not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
Like, I think we're at 19 cups now, but if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, and then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it. The killer wrote it as like, I'm gonna wrap Maya upside down real quick. And then we have the dog, which has domain over sand. I don't think it has domain over just sand. Anything sand related would work is what I'm thinking. Metal shavings, glass, anything. I don't think so, because otherwise we would have seen it. Because remember, in the world of JoJo's, there's no such thing as someone who's stupid. Even Okayasu has had his own clever moments when using his stand. So, if Iggy had the power to control anything that has sand particles in it, then we would have seen him using it, especially against Pet Shop, but we never did. Otherwise, that would have been really useful to have against Pet Shop. Like, imagine it's just able to just, like, throw metal at it because there's technically still sand in it. I mean, that's more like something you would have heard out of, like, Metallica, how it can make metal objects out of any metal in an area, including the iron in your body. But still. Although, the Fool was a cool stand. It just has the power to just create, like, a stand is made of sand and has full control over it. That is cool. Prosecutor Gatto, early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
Who would that be? Who was the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Of course, it's Gatto, because he can't see red. Remember, the dog only knew it could control sand. It did not know the ascent of its ability. It only learned it could survive, but not to adapt to different materials. Okay, I can see it in that case. It's like in Jujutsu Kaisen, or even Magneto, when it's like the ability evolves with the knowledge of what it can do. For example, Magneto's abilities evolved from just throwing cars at people to I can destabilize the Earth's axis, or I can pull myself back to Earth with this magnetic field. It's like your knowledge of your ability can only advance as you know how your power works and what can be affected by it. Also, kind of like Weather Report. Like, when it was first used by Emporio, it went that, Emporio the only thing Emporio knew how to do with Weather Report was to turn the air in the room into pure oxygen, because he had read a lot of books and knew how to do that. So, it's kind of like that in a sense. Like, you only know how to really use your ability when you know that, and then Iggy wouldn't know how to do anything else with sand in it because he was a street dog. Like, obviously he wouldn't think that far ahead to research his ability. It's just like, I control sand, that's enough. Mr. Gatto, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Gatto?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This is lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Yep. So you can understand where I was going with this. We haven't seen the full extent of JoJo's stance. That is true. Mr. Gatto, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? Like, Gatto, admit it. You're colorblind. You can't see red on a white background, can you? You cannot see red on white. That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Bien. While I hate the fact that we're being reminded of it, it is still good. Like, this is a good point to bring up. This is the apron that a lifeless bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Gatto.
Yep, the blood stain. What blood stain would that be? At the time, if you didn't know the plot twist, it would just be like, oh, it's just ketchup. Like, he knew it was just ketchup. But, no, it was just... You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Cut number 20! Ha. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Gatto, you're admitting it. You're admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern.
Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Okay? That's the sense. Okay? That was right. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Gatto is the murderer. There's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Gatto, the defense at this point formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dona, also known as Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ha. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like it's mining this route.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich, do a entree. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
Snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Also, time stop compared with everything else is kind of lame because you gotta think you're stopping everything. Why not be able to stop everything in a radius so only certain things move? I mean, then you would just notice the radius moving. Otherwise, Dio wouldn't be able to get away with some of the things he could do. Like, that's why. Like, in that case, it is just as simple as, like, it's just, then he couldn't conceal his presence. Then people would know what his stand could do.
Yes, why didn't he just take out that area? Ah! Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems. Now, once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Gatto?
Maya? Wait! Just wait a minute! Maya.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Gatto,
isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I mean, I look at better. Yeah. After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Gato no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha. Nicely done, Trey. No, I'm saying, I mean, allowing things in the radius to move without him touching it. I guess. Yeah, at that point, I kind of get it. I mean, he can touch things when... Well, I feel like I'm having a hard time understanding, but whatever. Let's just continue.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. After the incidents. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Gato arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you just heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Gato!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. In order for anything to move in his ability, he has to touch it in some way. So he has full mastery of his ability. He can just allow things to move without him touching it, but that reminds... That's not how it works. Like, he has touched things when and stopped time. If he has the ability to stop time, that could also mean he could have some type of some aging ability. He just didn't know how to use it. That makes sense. But he can't move... Well, he can and can't. It's not like he touches something and then it, like, still moves in stop time. It's still in stop time. Like, he can't touch someone and then they also experience stop time. Like, he can move them in stop time, but they can't move about in stop time. Like, we saw that with Polnareff, we saw that with Billie Jean, we saw it with the patrons at the restaurant, and we saw it with Kakyoin. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. Oh, right, okay. Next morning, she looked around and couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. So when Mr. Gato arrived at the temple for the first time, found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Okay, press. So where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Stoneham.
This morning she looked around but couldn't find anything. The worst ability to have is a disguise ability. Stand. I know which one you're talking about. The one where you just like move about your face and it changes it so you can only change things from the neck up. That is a lame stand. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearls gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has 2 structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack, too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Right? And she was like, there's a gone who's playing Schrodinger's cat burglar. Ah. Is that fine? We're at the Pearls part of of Maya's testimony. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend at the Sacred Cabin, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with a trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed. Again, I had the idea that it could give people a fraction of the power of the original, but that would not help anything because they would have to know their voices. True. This when Mr. Gato arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Gato. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, well. What do you have to say, Mr. Gato?
We are well past 17 cups. Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for Akuma's case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains, I think I'll pass. So we had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ha. You want to say something, Trey? In any case, I have to find a crack in Gato's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Gato found Pearlie and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Think you were looking after my cousin, Mr. Gato?
And Vera was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ha. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation my own way. Gato style.
In the same way, I'd like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. How did your investigation go? You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trey. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fang, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Can we find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there you headed to the prep room.
Wait a sec. What I gotta say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spots. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Gato when this was taking place? Must have already been at the Inner Temple time when it happened, otherwise he couldn't have killed the Stona. I mean, another thing we could ask Gato is simply,
Okay, I am a little concerned. So with that already, but I think now that I've already said it, I can present the hanging scroll.
Objection!
Yep. No. Dang it. Okay. The Guitar Disguise ability is technically able to disguise in a weapon. Oh, you're talking about Yellow Temperance. I thought you were talking about one of the Egyptian stands. And pro person cheered her right. Okay, so I don't present the hanging scroll. Okay, what do I do then?
Hold it!
Press again? Like, I pressed on the investigation, and what we came up with was this investigation, and that happens. But I didn't get any opportunity to press on it, or present evidence. I guess cheering up Pearls? So you cheered Pearls up? When I found the little girl, the first thing she asked was was her cousin, Maya Faye. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with the heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night up there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in her to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. Never give children coffee. Just saying that now. Like, he clearly doesn't drink decaf because he has actually stated that it's caffeine. So, Gato just gave her just caffeine. Like, don't give kids coffee even if you add the milk and sugar. Like, that is not good. Like, at that point, like, Pearls just be bouncing off the walls. I was talking about the Egyptian one, I just moved on to the other one. Oh, okay.
What a sweet story, Sniffle.
He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? Okay. I was also stuck. Warning. That's when it got to arrive. Oh, wait, I think I know what I had to do. Okay, I'm gonna press again onto Gato statement just to ensure that it's known. Okay, I just realized what I had to do. Because part of her testimony was saying that that was the first time Gato was there. And then then he commented on the Misty Fae scroll. And then that's when he arrived for the first time. But he couldn't have because of the scroll. There we go. I'm learning. I am learning from the Dahlia Hawthorne testimony. Yeah, there we go. Got it. The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Well, why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Gato is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprits. Well, Mr. Gato, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Fae. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that is the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fae on there.
True, but Mr. Gato described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Gato, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple, long before the crime took place. I've lost count of the cups. I think we're at 22 at this point. Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Gatto knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Yes, because it was open beforehand.
Take that!
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed.
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me.
You bet I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Gatto couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden.
During one of her visits to the detention center. That'd be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visitor to a detention center.
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Gatto.
Ha.
Order, order, order! Mr. Gatto, you're under fire again!
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you. You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Excuse me. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated to be witch by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for the crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. And he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all that just to protect this witness.
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this?
This girl is... I almost broke a voice.
This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to trust through that kind of trouble, to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you seek. I am certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Objection!
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Gatto? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya,
I guess you were doing your best to cover for Gatto. For the same reason, huh?
okay, Trey, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Mia Fey.
Take that!
Using the power of it, you can make a duplicate of yourself. If they punch your clone, you take their arm. Also, welcome back. Ben was just talking about the JoJo stands, and now we haven't seen the full extent of the power. All right, I just wanted to read that since I hadn't been for a while. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Gatto is a defense attorney?
Because apparently in this world, those aren't interchangeable for some reason. You're either a prosecutor or a defense attorney. You can't just take a different side if the circumstances call for it. With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Gatto, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. The poisoning of Terry Falls. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. I'll shatter this mug in my bare hand again and bleed. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. A pure sweetheart of yours. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping case. And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead after all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. It was just a deep, deep coma. You see, my body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That one was poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything that I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my skull with my coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trent. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your faults. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My only other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make out for the sinner not saving Mia. 1 year ago, the Crying Village incident was resolved. It was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about it. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. At some point, he also would have had to have gotten Elise in on it. Because how else would she have known to channel Dahlia instead of Pearl? If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She used to take the fall on my backup plan in case we couldn't control her. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the governments. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. The Faith Clan were basically like an Illuminati. She said that the Master of Crime had great authority. Even without her official position, Missy Faye still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you. Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong a result to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Azakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother! This is the part of why I feel Missy Faye was morally questionable. I mean, I still don't... If I was to say anything as morally questionable, it'd be the fact that she never reached out to Maya sooner. She cared for Maya and Mia, yes, but she never made the slightest attempt to contact her. Okay, yeah, that's... Okay, so I was just saying that I do agree with you there. However, she was willing to murder when she had found out the plan. So, like, in that instance, like, it was good. But wait, I just thought on something. If she was going to go out the plan, that meant one of two things was going to happen. Either Misty knew she was going to die by taking over Dahlia, or that she was going to kill Pearl. Because if she allowed Pearl... Because if Pearl wasn't going to go along with the plan... Well, no. Because if Pearl wasn't going to go along with the plan, then she would have just been possessed. So, okay, Pearl would have been fine. But that also meant that Misty knew there was a chance of her dying. So I do get when you say that morally questionable, especially with how rich she had gotten as Elise Donum. So I do get that in the tier list now. Okay, I understand your justification now, Bench. Back when I was talking to one of my cousins, did you read last message? Because I was not there. I actually did read your last messages. Yeah, that night, the night of the crime, it was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like. Oh, that's right. I was doing the stoner voice, but you know what? At this point, I do want to have more respect in this case, so if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne into her body.
What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master Karayan, Misty Fae's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fae wouldn't be able to. Ah! I love this case so much. It is a good one, even with the stupidity of the pendulum effect. I can't help but laugh and love the pendulum effect.
What? Is this true?
Ireland, the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fae. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Gatto.
Excuse me.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trent. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fae, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Gatto.
Well, Trey, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick! Please don't! Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Gatto. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Not to mention, he did kill your mother. When he could have just simply knocked her unconscious. Like, yes, the staff was a sword, but it was also still a staff. He could have just bonked her on the head. Although, no, he could have. Like, he could have just bonked her on the head.
Miss Fae, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Again, that whole duplicate thing with the goo, it's very strong because you can't remove it if it... Can't remove it. It's heat and cold resistant, so the only way to remove it is to kill a stand user. But if your whole body's covered in the stuff, you really can't do anything. Yellow Temperance was a terrifying stand. Like, Jotaro only won out of, like, wit and resilience. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she was struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, Trey. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fae? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Okay. I know what to present here. I just need to know where to. Like, she saw the lights. Just when I was going to ask for help, that's when I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though. And she struck back at the enemy behind her. Okay, obviously, like, this is the point when Gatto used a sword to stab Elise. And then she wasn't dead immediately, so she struck at the enemy behind. Suddenly the red lights went dark and the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. At that moment there was a horrible scream. Okay. Struck back. How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movements. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Did you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly they went out and the whole area was dark. They went out. Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from Gado's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight. Maybe the mask was damaged, or maybe it was knocked off, or maybe the batteries ran out. Right? It's like, I once heard a headcanon, someone's headcanon, where when the batteries go out in his visor, it just goes. He's like, the lights just dim down like that.
Or maybe those little pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? Okay, there was a good moment there. Still kind of scared because I don't want to have to go all the way back because of all the progress we made. But I think now is a good point to use the dagger because we now know that the blood on the dagger is not the victim's. And since we had that...
Objection!
No. No, because otherwise it's just a game over. Just that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
Whoa, what? So then that scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. It's like, sometimes I just shouldn't be here anymore.
Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body, unless she went like this. Whoosh! Just like swing her body around with the sword. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trice. There's only one thing I can think of, and that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? The knife, not the dagger.
Take that!
I mean, can it be a dagger if there's no crossguard? Just out of curiosity. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right! I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection!
No, we already did the blood tests. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Gatto, it would prove that it's your blood. theory, Travis. Just to make it more terrifying, you can just make the stand turn into objects. Your opponent picks it up, you just die because they can't remove it and just walk away. Also true. Like, they pick up like a suitcase or even like a mug, and then all of a sudden it just attacks their arm. Like, they're just screwed at that point.
Order in the court!
This is the end. Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trace. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought it to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes! What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. Well, no, he couldn't have, because, well, I mean, I guess the detective would have told him about the bloods. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trace. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue with your testimony.
Oh, wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya, this dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Gatto had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? I mean, she does have a point. Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed, then the police headed for the inner temple.
Mr. Gatto was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. The answer. He brought a change of clothes with him and then threw them into Eagle River. Because everyone's just doing that. Again, I'm not listing every one of them because I forget every one of them. Oh wait, just me. Oh, I already did that. I'm not listing every one of them because I forget every one of them. But just saying, if I could list every stand's ability and every effect they could do, we would be seeing a very short story where the villains could have won every scenario, but didn't. True. Well, maybe I just said he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted that lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did Judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took his clothes off before he committed the murder. It's like, he was naked when he killed Elise Dotem. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trex. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah! Ha. So that's all you've got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trice. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Gatto of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. Also, before I prove it, talking on if someone really thought their abilities through, I've actually thought on this before, but with one stand in particular. And I don't want to say it here, because I want to make a short on it. Well, I mean, I guess I can, because, like, I doubt anyone will watch the VOD, and if they do, I don't know if they'll watch it at this point. But, something I thought on is Pearl Jam, Tonio Trendy's stand. His stand is that the little gremlins that are imbued into any food he prepares, food or drink, and when it does, it maximizes the health benefit of the food to be instantaneous. So, like, if you drink something that helps with puffy eyes, then your eyes are just instantly, like, not puffy anymore. They're, like, completely cleared up. Or if you had a stomach racked by diarrhea, it's fixed. And it's stuff like that at first just seems fairly, like, standard and normal. Or, like, you drink something, or if you eat something that'll be good for your skin, it'll, like, take off all the dead skin on your back and, like, help your back out. Same with that. But then when it got to the flan that cured Okuyasu's athlete's foot, here's my thought. Could Pearl Jam cure cancer? Because there are foods you can use to prevent cancer, and you can assist in cancer treatments by going on a diet. So, could you make a dish that could cure someone of cancer? Granted, it wouldn't look pretty because it always looks horrifying, but could you cure cancer using Pearl Jam? Make like a tomato dish, like a tomato basil soup, and then have them drink it, and then suddenly, like, let's say they had like a tumor in their, let's say they had a tumor on, let's say their arm. Like, would that mean the arm would just like explode as the tumor came out of the body along with all the cancer cells, and then suddenly, like, hey, I don't have a tumor anymore. Like, my cancer is gone. Like, or would it be more like your body melts on the inside and you end up, like, having to either cut the fluid out of your body, or you, like, vomit it out? Like, the way it would cure is disgusting, but the thing is, Tonio Trendy could cure cancer. And not only cure cancer, fish has properties to, like, improve your memory. So with that, could he cure Alzheimer's? Or at least make you could he cure Alzheimer's with a fish dish? Like, these are the real thoughts you gotta think. It's like, it's not simply how much more dangerous could a stand be. It's what are the real world applications of a stand? That's also something I think on a lot. Like, if I were to have a stand, I'd want a stand that I could either use only in the real world, or in the real world and in a fight. So, like, a stand I could use recreationally and in a fight. And Pearl Jam is one of the top contenders. It's like, it's Pearl Jam, and then it's Shining Diamond, which can heal anything. Like, heal and mend anything. So, yeah, it is really free. So, yeah, it's a thought I had recently as I've been rewatching Diamond is Unbreakable. And I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. Ha, that's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trilogy. This is just one piece of evidence that can prove your points. Why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? This is funny because normally, if we had the, like, full penalty bar, then it would have just meant that we would have lost the full penalty. Alright, you know what? No. I'm not gonna save here because I'm confident. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Gato? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle, just like I always do. The very first pursuit theme. It is good.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. This was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But you decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there would have been a blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden the wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Wright. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? I think I just simply show Gato himself, and that's it. Because we don't have, like, a visor as evidence.
Take that!
Ha. I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Mia was Mia's ghost. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, I love this scene. I gotta back up. Like, even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Go! My stand! It's beneath your mask! I love that scene so much. Like, Phoenix Wright is now a stand user. Go! My stand! The law! Or, what, I don't think there is, like, a song called The Law, but still. It's so good, it is! I do love that. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Gatto, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved! I kind of mistimed the sniper shot, but whatever. Let me just take a sip real quick. Just now. And with that, it's over. Also, the other part is we haven't seen the full power of Shining Diamond. He can repair anything, but if he punches the earth, would that repair the entire damage? I'd say so, yes. Sniper, is his mask bulletproof? It's like he shot the mask and he's just like, oh man, it's not broken. I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. Hang on a sec. My cat is at the door, so I feel like giving her a little cameo. You wanna come here? You wanna come here? Maisie cameo! She was meowing at my door to see her daddy, and here she is, my little fur baby. Okay, I won't do that to you again. Hello. Hello. Alright, I'm going to put her on her bed now. And by her bed, I meant my bed. Again, if the Crazy Diamond user was really trying to kill somebody, he could easily do it, because fixing stuff like that is crazy. I mean, he has done it. He has taken out criminals in, like, the weirdest ways. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who helped me you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. I mean, I didn't let her die. I just didn't know what was happening. I didn't even know he was there. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Gatto. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find in my heart to forgive was me. And this is what I like about Gatto's theme. It does give off a chill jazz cafe theme, but it also is sad.
Like, you can feel a sadness in it. Like, it's like a self-reflective kind of thing.
You, yourself.
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
That I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, I aura farmed for a second. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me.
Like, let's be real. He's aura farming. Gato was just aura farming right here. Like, really think about it. He's in the dark. The only lights you can see are his mask. And then you've got him holding the sword like this down. Like, and it's a staff. It's like part staff as well. Like, this man is aura farming like there's no tomorrow.
The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been a Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Lightning stab. Thunder breathing. Second form. Lightning thrust. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. I was chasing the cries of children that seemed so near. They were out of my reach, and I would never find them. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom.
I don't know who's gonna get that reference or not. If you do, it would make me happy.
You were the one who made me realize my fault. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. You became a stand user, too. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Gato.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. And then the blood down the mask.
Thanks.
With the blood?
It's like, thanks. I'm bleeding.
Okay, I just thought of something. If you remember Empress in Hell, it's basically just an air, but if you looked back at the series with Crazy Diamond and all of them with the stand water evaporate, it's literally just that stand, but it has control over water. Like, okay.
How, not help. Oh, it's like a water and the Empress, and how is basically just air, if you will. Look at it, back at it. Not. Oh no, it was Empress. I was almost got it mixed up with High Priestess, but no, you're right. Like, that stand was just fog. This must be me. Oh yeah, that is the next line. Your wound, it's bleeding! Ha, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. I am starting to feel a little faint, though. I think it may actually be blood. Suddenly he just collapses on the floor.
Tears.
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando, if you are actually crying blood, then we really should get you into a hospital. I think that may have damaged your eye ducts. You'd do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. And now if you'll excuse me, I gotta use the bathroom. I've had way more than 17 cups of coffee. I think my bowels are about to explode.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Like, break up all the tension with the Meet Michael voice. That's what I do. I love that line so much. Lawyer doesn't cry until it's all over. It is a great line.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated with it.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
First of all, I like to imagine he's just a cyborg because he was near death, and the whole coffee addiction is it just because nothing would work for a fuel source. It's like the doctors are like, well, nothing's like, okay, it's finally happened. My science experiment is complete, and now I think I finally figured out the proper fuel source. Sounds like something Krygor would do, you know, in the WarioWare series, like, I've done it! I finally created the cyborg! And while I have been struggling with the fuel source for a time, I think I figured it out! Coffee! And then opens his mouth, like, pours it in. This is scalding hot and you should never do this at home, but I think this is what will wake him up. It's like, come on, I think that should be enough. And like, Eureka! He's alive!
I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
Ah yes, the Cold Killer X case. My throat is gonna be killing after this.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. I was about to be poisoned. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? Love this reveal. We only met twice? I love this plot twist.
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
I love this plot twist. This is such a cute plot twist. The only time when Phoenix ever met Iris was when she gave him the necklace when Doug was killed and in the courtroom. And also, there's a bit of foreshadowing with this plot twist, because when Phoenix said that that couldn't have been Dahlia, because the Dolly I knew never acted like that, like, you could have seen it as just like him being a lovesick puppy. In actuality, he was right. That wasn't Dahlia. The girl he had been going out with all the time was Iris. Like, he had been dating Iris the whole time. Which, I love that plot twist. Ace Attorney is such a great series. There are bits of it that piss me off, and other bits of it that are just stupid. But overall, it's such a good game with so many good connections to it. It's not just the plot twist, it's how everything is connected to each other. Like, you can have cases from older games being connected to cases from in later games. Like, I love that. Can't wait for you to experience what's to come. It will have to wait a little bit, but I am looking forward to it. You mean... Hang on. I gotta update real quick. One sec. You mean you're who I dated for 8 months?
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
It's like, drama!
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Well, here's a real question that could have happened. Like, if she just needed the necklace back, why didn't she just, like, steal it? You know? Like, why didn't Dahlia drug him and then take the necklace then? Like, why did it have to be, like, kill him and then take the necklace? Why couldn't she just... Because she was willing to steal the drug from the pharmaceutical... from the pharmacy department. Why didn't she just drug him? She's like, get a sedative, drug him, and then do it. Because again, she was willing to steal the poison to, like, kill Phoenix with. Like, why didn't she just get the poison, give it to Iris, put it in a drink she would give to Phoenix, get him to drink it, and then when he was unconscious, just take the necklace off of him. He always wears it on his person, because the whole plot point of that case was that he always had it on hand and always showed it to people. So why didn't that just happen? And then, like, when he woke up, it would have just been stolen. You know? It's weird. I once read an amazing fan fiction that explores what would have happened if Phoenix found out about this before Doug Swallow died. That would have been an interesting what if. Alright. Prepare for the worst.
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul.
Again, that one stand that can predict anything, but it's in a wacky-looking book, and it seems to be in a limited pages. Seems good, but that's really all we can get out of it, the extent of it, unless you can alter the fate of people in the book. Except you can't. The kid always stated that you can't change the fate that the stand presents you. You cannot change Top's fate. It's always going to happen.
I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer in you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
Like, again, it's so sweet. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. Also, Derek, now that I'm going to be arrested, you're going to have to be out of a job for a bit. You may want to go back to Starbucks. I'll tell you, though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. You ever watch The Rising of the Shield Hero? It's like that scene when Naofumi ate food for the first time after waking up from his wrath poisoning. It's just like that scene, and food finally had a taste again. Can't cry until it's all over. Yep. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? And now, he's got coffee. Yeah, I think you're right. This is a chai latte, by the way, if anyone was curious.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Lee Stoneham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
Not guilty!
Court is now adjourned.
What if it's bound to the person seeing it, not bound to the fate of the people? I'm not sure on that interpretation. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia, you're still possessing the 9-year-olds. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand, too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. You know, when you die, and then we can just party it up in the afterlife. Hang on. There. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya! I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked, you even saw your own mother murdered. Ow! Franziska von Karma! Still a softie as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose... Oh, hi, Larry. Why are you here? There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Like, zoinks, man. I just want to get a hug. Oh, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh, yeah, those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well? Wow! Zoinks! My beauty can't possibly be compared to a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. And you'll do it like you promised? You're gonna be all over my next picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Zoinks! Don't get carried away! Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. She was just possessing Mia, and now she's not here. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Felt like she just stumbled. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well, and he wasn't really what you'd call a model father. If it's bound to the person seeing it, that doesn't mean it's bound to fate. It means it's protecting the reader from a fate or consequence. Well, I mean, that's not entirely true, because it has predicted that he's been beat up. So it doesn't really protect them from a fate or consequence. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only person that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow? Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? It's for Pearls. Because Pearls is always so worried about her.
Take that!
Pearl Fey. Poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. The consequence does not mean that only pain only their death. Which, by the way, we never see them again, so they could very well be alive. I think it's actually confirmed in the show that they were still alive. He was just simply... The two of them were simply beaten up, not killed. But I don't think it would prevent them from dying either. Although it could also prevent them specifically from... I don't know. Like, there are certain bits that Araki just never fully explains. Like, for example, King Crimson. He never fully explained King Crimson's abilities. Like, there's an entire video by a channel called Viva Reverie that tries her best to explain King Crimson's ability, but even she struggled with it. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! Wait! You thought you could leave this series off with that Waluigi? So this is where you all were. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Pretty good, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. What? Waluigi is not a sadist. I'm not into that kind of kinky stuff. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien! Where else? I'm gonna burn that place to the ground. I knew it. We're doomed. I don't care if Maggie loses her job. I'm burning that place to the ground. I want to forget that case ever happened. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Zoinks, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, she's back. Maggie deserves a better job anyway. Yeah, never degrade yourself to working at a maid cafe. It's never worth it. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. What? Everyone, don't panic. The 9-year-old is once again missing. I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. Oh God, the 9-year-old's missing. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Waluigi Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there for the disgusting foods, and also so I can burn the place to the ground. I won't let John Armstrong be there. They're a fine person. They're fine. It's just the place itself is just bad memories, but Armstrong's fine, especially now that he's technically no longer in debt. So, like, he can live. He and Maggie can live, and I'll find a different job for both of them. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Even though I think it'd be better if we went to, say, I don't know, like Olive Garden, Texas Roadhouse, even Dave & Buster's would be a better place to celebrate. Yeah, but you're in the way! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. I really don't want to be at a table with Waluigi, Gumshoe, Franziska, and Larry. It's just going to be a bloodbath. With Franziska the only one uninjured. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Again, I could rewatch the entirety of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and just explain how powerful they can be if you awaken their full extent without stand awakenings because of the arrow. Oh, absolutely. A lot of this, like, even Dio himself has said that there's no such thing as a weak stand, just a stand user who doesn't know how to properly use it. I mean, that's even said, not even by him, but even by Okuyasu's brother, saying that the hand is a terrifying ability, but it's wielded by an idiot. But yep, February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gates. Hazakura Temple. For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon?
Sister Bikini!
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly is here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. And no more gravy on the poster. Pearly's not here. Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll! Ah! Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here. It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. Well, I mean, she's not wrong if you think about it, because Elise was just trying to keep Pearl from going there, but because Pearl was out is what led to her going out of her room to find her in the first place. And that's what led to her going to the training hall. So Pearl kind of was there to protect her, in a sense. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Karayan, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman! The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. How did he know that?
That's...
I love this. A photo? Well, first of all, before I get to this, just to get out of the way, again, I agree with you, and I feel like the hand has more to it than just erasing. If he could, in theory, bring back what he erases in front of him, he could, in theory, become the hardest stand user to find or kill. Except we know for a fact that he can't. It's confirmed in the show that once something is scraped away, he can't bring it back. It's just gone. Like, it's actually confirmed. Like, otherwise he would have put the hair back on that girl, or he would have fixed the gate to his house. Like, it's actually confirmed that he can't bring it back. Like, it's just gone forever. But here it is. I just wanted to say that, but now for the photo. I love this photo. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. I love that. It wasn't the first, like, during the Karayan village case, Pearl wasn't the first one to break the urn. Maya broke it before, Mia tried to fix it, and the mom knew and took a photo of it to keep close to her heart. Which also makes me wonder, did Misty break the vase? Did Misty break the urn also? And it's just like a tradition in the Fae clan to just always break that vase? Though, if the ability allowed him to bring things, he would be very powerful, but again, it still makes him good for cleaning up bodies. He may or may not have killed in the story. Also true. I like to think it's a tradition. It is a cute it would be a funny tradition. I read an amazing fanfic about it. Of course, there'd be a fanfic on that, and that'd be fun. It's like, ever since Ami, it's like, even Ami, it's like, I made this urn to put my ashes in when I die. Like, oh, I broke it. It's like, time to put it back together. He's like, it's started ever since with Ami. But yeah, but it would be interesting if he could bring them back. But it also would make sense if he would just like erase bodies doing that. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. But it is cute. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. It's true! DL6, the poisoning case, Armando's coma, all of it. Like, every loose end was tied up. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie! You can come back for training anytime! Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. Also, since you never actually did the special course, I won't charge you next time. I won't charge you for it when you do it. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three when you come back. Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and I probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. We'll awaken your spiritual power. Now, whether it'll be like Yu Yu Hakusho or Jujutsu Kaisen, I don't know. But we'll awaken it. Who knows? It might even be like Hunter x Hunter. You could get an end. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Uh-huh. It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Should I put a link in the Discord? It has no spoilers beyond the OG Trilogy. I'm good with that. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Planning, script, and director, Shu Takumi. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Karayan and the office manager of Wright & Co. law offices, and I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Design and art, Tatsuro Iwamoto. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary, extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Like, I'm gonna die. Graphics lead, Shuichi Muramoto. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same, sir. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Wah! Graphics, Kyoko Takeda and Chiaki Teramoto. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karayan exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Ew, kinky. Graphics, Akiko Hiramatsu and Hiroshi Nishimura. Dizzy and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city.
Our motto is good enough, please.
Pretty cute, huh?
Well, we also sell plans to criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think we're maybe the worst criminals. Main programming, Hiroyuki Kudo. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $50,000 and a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Is Don Tigre dead? Programming, Makoto Fujimi and Takeshi Koke. No! I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown knows ways to flip. Yes, you are. In fact, you know what? Shoot. Just shoot him. Just shoot him. Just shoot him multiple times. He's dead. Music, Noriyuki Iwadare. The old man should be dead now. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. You're so forgettable. Sound effects, Akemi Kimura. My! More reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much more money. I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice individual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Look at my cheeks flap. Special thanks to Masahiro Okamoto and Katsumi Marunaga. And to Kumiko Suekane.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you when everyone else to come and visit me the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Oh, that girl's got an arm on her.
Voice credits.
Objection!
Phoenix Wright, Sam Riegel.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, Sean King. I think it's Sean King? I don't know.
Objection!
I think it's Sean. Mia Fey, Christina Catano.
Objection!
Gatto, James C. Wilson. Through the mud. And of course, Franziska Von Karma, Janet Hu. I think it's Hu? And of course, Winston Payne, David Crislip. You have to have Winston there somewhere. But of course, one more thing! What's this? I'm back from a long and tired vacation and no one is here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? I bring veggie poo and those. I would say I really can't accept this to my friend or something just painful and fragile heart. Oh, whatever. If I tell me to find this lady. Producer Atsushi Inaba. We had to get her in there somewhere. Zoinks! I finally found something I love to do! Franzie's Whippity Whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head! I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Zoinks! Executive producer, Shinji Mikami. Gumshoe, Pearl, Maya, Phoenix, Miles, and Franziska. But just above them, I didn't time it that way, Gato, Mia, and Misty. Congratulations, we're definitely in order for this. Bridge to the Turnabout. Trophy earned. Clear episode 5 of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. A lawyer only cries once it's all over. Clear all of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. And wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, you know, I'll read that before we get to the wait for it. If you think about it, Crazy Diamond user determines what is repaired from that one scene when he punched that one person in the face and reshaped his nose. That is also true. But now for the important thing. Ace Attorney Trilogy. Get every trophy. This series has always been Let's Platinum the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. And we have done it. Unfortunately, certain trophies you could not see. Like, there was one trophy you couldn't see I had to get off screen. But this proves it. We have every trophy. And fun fact, this is my 20th Platinum trophy. This is the 20th game I've gotten a Platinum trophy on. So it just has a fun little aside. And we also can now look at the gallery without fear of... scene creator? Recreate scenes with new settings and characters? I was just gonna do this to see if we could have gotten certain, like, scenes. Like, one in particular I cared about the most. Oh, we can't. Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. Here's Gato just aura farming, just so you can see. So we do get a bunch of the scenes from the game, from, like, all of the other ones, which is neat. Like, we get the McBomber, we get this kind of unfortunate scene. Like, it is cute that we get this. But also, what do you mean scene creator? Oh, it's already 5:39. Wow. I'm not gonna do this then. I may do it in my spare time, but not now. I didn't realize how late it was. Anyway, that is the end of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. Now, I will just say now, it will be a little bit before we do another series. It's going to take a little bit, but I also want to specify, I made a post on this. Unfortunately, the next series on the channel will not be Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. This is because apparently the ROM will not play the game from the opening with, like, the Lost Forest and all of that. It will not start from there, and that just wouldn't feel right. Even if I just played someone else's, like, intro for it, that it just wouldn't feel right. So, unless I, in the future, get a modded 3DS, or I learn how to mod a 3DS, then we will, but I'm probably not going to. I get why they do it for, like, mods, but unfortunately, you're not going to see that for quite a while. So, I don't want to say what's going to be next, because I want to make it a bit of a surprise. Especially with what I'm doing on my birthday instead. Because the new series won't start on my birthday, it'll start after. So, Yeah, I just wanted to state that. I do now have an emulator for 3DS games, but we won't be doing Majora's Mask, just so you know. But until next time, when we get back to our regularly scheduled stream program with the Pokemon Platinum Hexlock, I'll be ending today's stream right here. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed this kind of content, be sure to subscribe. Comment down below so this helps me connect with you guys. Like the video so there's more of what you want to see. Share the video so more people know the channel even exists. And don't forget to hit that bell so you know when I go live. Don't forget to join the Discord, link in the description below. And if you don't want to join the Discord, I have a community tab on my page. And until next time, see ya, guys. Wait, hang on. Oh my gosh, no. Hey. There it goes.